Be ready to perceive the knowledge of your interest. Be ready to feel the immense happiness of college life. Come and discover the opportunities at IPS Academy with a family of 16 colleges, 76 courses, 500 faculty members, 10,000 plus students, and top placements with the highest package of rupees 33 lakhs. To believe in the uniqueness that turns from I to identity. Admissions now open. When your journey starts, be ready to trust the magic of Greenland. Be ready to perceive the knowledge of Ready to feel the immense happiness of college life. Come and discover the opportunities at IPS Academy with a family of 16 colleges, 76 courses, 500 faculty members, 10,000 plus students, and top placements with the highest package of rupees 33 lakhs. To believe in the uniqueness that turns from I to identity. Admissions now open. When your journey starts, be ready to trust the magic of Greenland. Be ready to perceive the knowledge of your interest. Be ready to feel the immense happiness of college life. Come and discover the opportunities at IPS Academy with a family of 16 colleges, 76 courses, 500 faculty members, 10,000 plus students, and top placements with the highest package of rupees 33 lakhs. To believe in the uniqueness that turns from I to identity. Admissions now open. When your journey starts, be ready to trust the magic of Greenland. Be ready to perceive the knowledge of your interest. Be ready to feel the immense happiness of college life. Come and discover the opportunities at IPS Academy with a family of 16 colleges, 76 courses, 500 faculty members, 10,000 plus students, and top placements with the highest package of rupees 33 lakhs. To believe in the uniqueness that turns from I to identity.
important agendas in this, because once black weakens white's bishop, the white pawns on white squares could become weak. White has overextended the position, so as the pieces number of pieces is less, black pieces get more active, and the c4 point and the e4 points become very vulnerable eventually. So rook b1 and bishop into g2, knight into g2. This is what Porti's idea was. Knight would be very well placed on f4, rook into a6, one pawn recovered. The standard play here now is b3, knight f4, and perhaps bishop b2. Black will need to create counterplay in order to justify. Black's move queen h3 looks dangerous, but it's harmless because white will drive away the queen. It seems that black can play queen h3 and then knight to g4 and checkmate white on h2. But as soon as the queen lands at h3, white plays knight f4, so queen has to run away and there is no attack possible then. And if knight g4 is played first, then it makes no sense because queen cannot jump over the knight. So white king is safe, although the bishop is exchanged. We have got a standard position where white has to defend accurately. b3 could be met with c4, and white must play b4, and then queen a8. A complex play is expected here, and white is advised not to weaken this position. But yet, what to do then? It's also always a problem. Making use of the extra pawn and to get into an endgame one pawn up is not a easy thing to do here. So let's move to the next board. An interesting position where white has an extra pawn, black has some compensation for the pawn. a4 and b3 would be a good structure if black did not have c4, but black would play c4 at right moment and the a4 pawn would fall. So one has to be careful. White knight, perhaps it's good to play knight e3 and knight b3, knight e3 and knight c4, but then you have to worry about queen h3. So the fianchetto bishop is gone, so some weakness on the king side. Let's see how next game goes. We have here Ilam Parthi, former world champion in under 14 group, and I think also in under 10. So strong player playing against the Vietnam Grandmaster Nguyen. Nguyen is on 4.5. Nguyen was on 4 points, and Ilam Parthi is on 3.5 points. Sicilian defense bishop c4. A very strange move, not very common. The bishop is strong on c4 when it cannot be blocked. So it's more common in e4, e5 openings. Because the bishop on c4 may not have a target if black plays e6, and then black will get d5, and the bishop can't do anything against a pawn that has been supported by another pawn. So it's quite an unusual move here. Black immediately plays e6 and castles a6. Black is going to make life difficult for this bishop, and white is playing more or less with a strategy of bishop going back to f1. So I think it was only a parking square for the bishop, and the bishop never intended to go to b3. So it is just a parking square to help the castling, and the bishop has come back, and now white is ready with the plan of c3 and d4. So logical way of retreating the bishop. d5, pawn into pawn, queen into pawn. Also possible was to take with the pawn, and standard position would have arisen, queen into pawn, b3. So bishop f6 and knight e7 is one plan, knight f6 is one plan, knight f6 chosen, bishop b2, castles, knight c3, attacking the queen, queen goes back, the best square, and black is now ready to play b5, bishop b7, and perhaps plant a knight at d4, knight e5. So it's possible to take on e5, and it's possible to play knight d4 as well, take on e5, and b5, b6, bishop d6, various options, b6, a safeguarding move, c5 pawn is well guarded now, queen f3, attacking the rook, rook would go to b8 followed by bishop b7, rook a7, okay, rook b8 looked quite normal, but rook a7, black wants to put the rook to d7, the d2 pawn is under attack, bishop d3, So white's plan is now clear. White is probably trying to sacrifice some material, play knight to e4 and destroy black's king side pieces, and then the bishop on b2 and bishop on d3 coupled with this queen and the e5 rook could really play very dangerous role in this. It would be important to drive away the rook, but bishop d6 there could be a strange move like rook g5 is also possible. So black doesn't know at the moment what to do. Was strange way of attacking. Bishop b7 is a surely awkward move, so one has to play rook d7 first and then bishop b7, but one must see what happens to knight e4. Is there a dangerous attack coming in the move knight e4? We'll move to the next game now, board 8. So here we have Sri Lankan international master De Silva, who recently won the Asian Under-18 Championship at Al Ain UAE just 3 weeks back. Is now trying for his Grandmaster norm. He is playing against Kartavya Anarkat of Gujarat, who is trying for his IM norm. So both of them have their targets. White playing for a Grandmaster norm, black playing for a international master norm. So they are all going to play a fighting game. One quick draw was a bit disappointing, but his other games are quite well fought. This is a Spanish opening or Royal Lopez opening. Basically, the more popular in Spain. The move bishop c4 instead. The bishop c4 here is popular in Italy, so it's called Italian game, and bishop b5 is more popular in Spain, so it's called the Spanish game. f5. Well, an interesting variation which is really more or less not a strategical move, but an attempt to create dangerous initiative by hitting white's center. So quiet move like d3 is possible, but surely not very active, and the logical move that is d4, and for f into e5, f into e4, knight into e5. So d4 played, e into d4, e5. This position I think is quite a old variation. White does get some initiative because black has weakened the king side, but yet it's not an unplayable opening because black gets better space, and at the moment white has not recovered the pawn. So the most dangerous attacking piece, the bishop on b3, will be exchanged, and although white has different moves here, bishop g5, knight into d4, knight into d4 looks more logical than exchanging some pieces. So can black win a piece with c5 and c4? Interesting question. Black plays c5 and knight moves, and black plays here c4, trapping the bishop. So c5 played, certainly the knight cannot move, so white has to take bishop into g8. If white doesn't take bishop into g8, white loses a piece because the c4 move will trap the bishop. So bishop into g8, c into d4. It's also possible to take with the rook, but then white could take the pawn on f5, and loss of pawn could not be justified. So c into d4. It's clear that black knows all these moves because black has taken hardly 1 minute and white has already taken 37 minutes. So, well, white doesn't know the position, white plays logically. I'm sure that since it has been chosen by black and black knows the moves, in spite of irregular moves, this position seems to be fine for black considering the time, and black is now ready to play bishop c5 followed by take on b3 and castle, knight into b3 first, and queen b6. So again, unusual moves because this is a special opening. Black has violated several positional norms for initiative. Black has weak pawns, and black king is still in center. White has castled, but white has not completed the development. Black's bishop on b7 is very dangerous, and black wants to play bishop c5 followed by queen c6. The g2 point could really become weak. Knight d2, an idea of shielding the b7 bishop with knight on f3. So queen g6, a direct checkmate as early as on move 13, and white seems to be forced to play knight f3 here, but then queen g4 is annoying, and h3, bishop into f3. We could have a complex position. If you don't play knight f3, then you have to play the move g3, and then black could play queen c6, and you have further weakening move f3, and then black goes d3, and the king suddenly gets opened up. It's going to be a very complex game, considering the speed of black's moves. White has consumed more than 1 hour 10 minutes, and black has taken hardly 5 minutes, which means white could be playing against a competitor. It could be a pre-prepared variation where black has taken help of a competitor before the game. Taking help during the game is not permitted. It's illegal and unethical and punishable. But yes, expecting opening from the opponent and preparing it at home is a very common way of doing it, and the speed with which black is playing and white is able to see the threads. But certainly when human wits can't match that of a chess playing computer now, and there are hundreds of chess playing programs which play better than any human being. So it's going to be a very difficult position for white to take decisions, whereas black is going to take very simple decisions, the moves that were recommended by his computer. We go to the next game where we have Ratnakaran getting a second white. Ratnakaran had blundered in the morning game and he allowed a checkmate with white pieces. Now he gets a double white and he's playing against Ritviz Parab of Goa, Sicilian defense. Nagar variation, one of the most popular lines. Bishop e2, Openesky variation, popularized by Boleslavsky and other players, e5. This is a response of Boleslavsky to Openesky's Bishop e2. There's a lot of contribution from the players from Soviet Union after the First World War, and there's a lot of chess, modern chess theory was basically written by them, found by them, various ideas, and they were able to dominate the chess world for several decades because of this knowledge which the other countries didn't have. So bishop e7, standard move, g4. This is a modern touch to it. The more standard move here is perhaps short castle, g4 immediately, trying to drive away the knight, and apparently white is changing the plan. White is going to play probably f4 here and then go castle on the queen side, or even bishop e3 here and then castle on the queen side rather than castling on the king side. This position has been played by many world champions. Anatoly Karpov was the real master of it, and Garry Kasparov. They played castles, and Vishwanathan Anand, and they have played many good games at this. And here we have a modern move which has probably come in limelight only after the Indians have recommended this move. Chess player Indians recommend strange moves which are not easy for human mind to understand, and by studying with Indian and then understanding, it's a good way of playing. But if you just follow the Indian moves, it doesn't work. But g4, a strong move, interesting move, not a strong move for sure. I don't know about this move. And h6, black's knight doesn't want to get driven away. So bishop e3 and bishop e6. So white will need to do something about the g4 pawn. So rook g1 and queen d2 and castle and h4 looks like a plan. But black is ready to play b5 and b4, trying to win the e4 pawn. Black's plan is clear. Black wants to play b5, b4 and try to win the e4 pawn. White wants to castle first on the queen side and then go rook g1 and h4 or g5. It's also possible to play rook g1 here itself. But one has to be prepared for b5 and b4. Knight d5 straight. So here the e4 pawn cannot be taken because white goes bishop b6 and black loses a rook. Knight into e4 is a blunder here because bishop b6 and then queen moves and knight c7 check. The king must move and then the a8 rook is lost. So white simplifies too early without weakening of black's position. It would have interesting to wait for black to play b5 and b4, but perhaps this is also a valid idea. Knight b d7, taking on d5 was probably possible. Now taking on d5 with knight is no longer possible because the bishop would be trapped. But at this stage, knight into d5, bishop into d5, both moves look possible, and so is knight bd7, a standard move, f3. The pawn was now attacked because the threat of bishop d6 has been avoided. So black wants to take the pawn now, white plays f3, and now black wants to attack white center. Interesting move. Black is no longer afraid of g5 because then black would play knight into d5, pawn into d5, and the bishop could go to h3 or to f5. So now g5 is not to be feared, and here comes knight into e7 first, queen into e7 and g5. So knight goes to h7 and white has the option of h4 and queen d2. I prefer queen d2 here, and rook c8 in order to prevent c4. If white can expand on the queen side, although white has castled, knight on b3 is a bit awkward, so castles, king b1, queen b4, knight a5 is possible to try. Also, eventually f4 is a possibility, castles and king b1, knight c5. Okay, so taking on c5 is possible, and pawn into c5, queen c3, there could be some edge. I think taking on c5 is more logical than playing king b1, but king b1 can't be ruled out as well. So a major decision, whenever there is a change of pawn structure, when a player can change the pawn structure, then players to think what pawn structure is better for me, the existing one or the new pawn structure where black pawn comes to c5. One of the important ways of looking at it. And second, of course, is my piece more useful than opponents? In that case, one also avoids the piece exchange. Here it can't be avoided for sure. So knight c5, king b1 played, knight into b3 and a into b3. Okay, because the rook is not on a8, he plays a into b3. In similar position, Fischer has played c into b3. But it depends on how the white piece, how the black pieces are. If black gets d5, black would be better there. Here it's possible to prevent d5 break after castles and rook d8. So black is going to play for a d5 break. White is chosen not to take on c5 because the d6 pawn will constantly need support, and black will have to make a plan. Black wants to put knight g6, after which white may not have a plan, so white opens up the bishop, and it seems that the d6 pawn is now into serious trouble. f5 was a threat, and if pawn into pawn, then bishop into pawn, the d6 pawn can't be guarded. So and now really bishop f3 and f5 comes into consideration. Quite a interesting position from white's perspective. Difficult for black to play this position. It's also possible to play bishop d3 planning f5, also rook h f1 planning f5, and it's an important option. I think the rook on g1 has done its duty, and it's a good move to play rook g1 to f1, where black has to either allow f5 and the bishop will be completely dominated, or black has to take pawn into f4, which is disastrous because the d6 pawn can't be saved. Black idea is clear. Black wants to play knight d7, then take pawn into f4, and then plant a knight on e5. But black needs one move, knight d7, where the bishop on e6 is well guarded. So rook f1 becomes an interesting move here, and then black could make the things complex with bishop h3, confusing, and then knight d7. But yes, bishop on h3, a piece in enemy territory can always become weak. So rook h1 looks like a most natural move here to me. I'm presuming that f5 sacrifice doesn't work here. Bishop f3 also threatens f5, and black needs immediate solution to bishop f3. I prefer white here for bishop f3 or rook f1. There's no good move. Bishop f3 really plans to play f5, and black is completely dominated, and then white could come back with the bishop e2 and bishop c4. So a preferable position for Ratnakaran, and Ratnakaran is a great master of attack. You can see Ratnakaran has hardly taken 15 minutes and Ritwik has taken 1 hour. So surely something uncomfortable in his mind, and I believe that white has a huge advantage here. Let's move to the board 10. Prakhar Bajaj, the local star, the local challenge, who suffered his first loss in the morning and been doing very well. In the morning he was beaten, but he is still in the top tables, and he is playing against Ameya Odi. So Ameya from Goa, a very strong player, international master, and looking for Grandmaster norms. This tournament provides Grandmaster norms and international master norms because this tournament has 131 participants, out of which more than 50% have international degree, international title. And there are as many as 10 Grandmasters playing here, 2 women Grandmasters, a parallel title for women, and 25 international masters. And the minimum rating to qualify to play into this tournament is 2000, which is quite high, which means that everybody who plays well has a chance to play norm. In norm, first you need a strong opposition, and secondly you need to do well against strong opposition. If you don't play strong opposition, scoring all points also doesn't earn a norm. So one has to be very careful in choosing tournaments which one is playing for norm, and this is a tournament which provides this possibility of making a norm, facility to make a norm if one plays well. The Sicilian defense, and Prakhar plays Rosulumo attack, knight bd7 by Odi. This is a best move to play if black is playing for a win. If black was happy with a draw, bishop d7 is a simple line which leads to roughly equal position. a6 and bishop goes to d3. This move looks awkward, but the pawn on e4 needs support, and the bishop is not going to be a bad piece. White wants to play c3, bishop c2 and d4, after which the bishop on c2 really becomes a productive and powerful piece. Knight f6, rook e1, e6, and now c3 and b5 and bishop c2 and bishop b7, and now d4 is a possibility. And if white is not prepared for d4, white may have to play d3, but after that white can't hope for an advantage. So d4 looks logical, and black would probably capture, and black has slight disadvantage in the center. White has 2 center pawns, so it will be more logical for black to play d5 here, and for e5 plant a knight on e4, bishop e7. So black is not worried about white's immediate opening of the pieces. Knight f8. Well, too early, postponing the castling, a bit confusing decision for sure. I think castles, he had some problem with short castles. So knight f8, knight c3, knight g6, bishop on g3 is one way, but bishop could be better on e3 here, bishop to d2. It is possible to play bishop e3, and if knight g4 then bishop d2. He goes bishop d2 straight, and now a3. The knight on c3 is very important because it's guarding the e4 pawn, and white wants to play e5 or d5 at appropriate moment, and before white plays rook c1 and bishop b1, white wants to safeguard the c3 knight. So next plan could be rook c1, bishop b1, and then white decides what to do with the d2 bishop. Rook c8, rook c1, h6, bishop b1, logical, king h8, and h4. White wants to win a piece if white gets h5. At the moment h5 has been prevented because the knight is stopping, but yes, it's a possibility that restricts black's knight on f6, and there could be threats of e5 followed by h5. Rook c7. So e5, bishop into f3 would be a problem, and pawn into f3 and pawn into e5, pawn into e5. Well, e5 still remains a possibility, but bishop into f3 probably is awkward to mate. So, well, here players are thinking now, because this is a time where one has to analyze the position starting with e5. It's not enough to say e5 knight moves and h5 I trap the knight, because the e5 the f3 knight could get into danger. Knight on g6 would get a square on h4, which is not very productive. white's pieces get weak. But yes, e5 is the move one needs to analyze here, and if the analysis is satisfactory, then white should go ahead with e5. Let's see rook c7. Ameya has played rook c7, so surely Ameya knows. Perhaps e5, de, fe, the de, de and bishop into f3, and the d2 bishop is hanging. So if I take g into f3, then black has a crushing attack, so knight h5. So e5 is not possible, and that's the reason white is now planning the play. Let's move to the next board now. Board 11, we have 15 live games here, 15 games that can be seen live on the DG board. So here, Saurabh Anand, former national under-9 champion and under-19 champion, playing against Ayush Sharma, Queen's Gambit. Not Queen's Gambit, he probably wanted to play Nimzo Indian defense, so he plays Queen's Indian defense. This opening is known as Queen Indian defense, as we saw in the earlier streams. If this move has been played by d4 against d5, it's called Queen's Pawn opening or Queen's Gambit. If white plays c4 and if black plays knight f6, it's called Indian defense. But which Indian defense we don't know. Now black has various options here to play old Indian defense by moving the pawn to d6, by playing King's Indian defense or Grunfeld Indian defense by playing move g6, and to plan for Nimzo Indian defense, Queen's Indian defense and Bogol-Jobo Indian defense by e6. So e6 has been played, knight f3, b6. Here we have Queen's Indian defense and g3, the most logical plan. Bishop a6, a move which was, I think even today, bishop b7 is the main move, but bishop a6 has become quite popular these days. And if white develops the knight to d2, then black goes back to bishop to b7, which means that white knight is not at a base square. b3 played, so the knight wants to come to c3 eventually. Bishop b4 check, a irritating move. Bishop and d2 is not well placed, so white goes back and black goes back, and white plays knight c3. Black wants to play e4 here, and there's no point in keeping the bishop on a6 unless you want to play d5. So there could be two plans here. One is just bishop b7, and then the bishop a6 move has been lost for no reason, and the other plan is to play for d5 and making the bishop on a6 active. Surely for d5, c into d5, black wants to take with the c pawn and not take a backward pawn on the c line. So c6 and d5 as chosen is one of the major plans here. e4, d5. Bishop d3, pawn into e4. Yep, pawn into c4 also is the idea, but at this moment black's pieces are not well placed for that. So common standard position, white's bishop d3 move is very important. White wanted to develop the bishop on j2, but considering the changes and the pressure against c4, white plays bishop d3, a very accurate move. And pawn into pawn, knight into pawn. Had the pawn been on g3, g2, white would have had some advantage. White's plan is clear: castles, bishop c3, queen e2, and eventual knight e5 with dangerous attack. So queen e2 played, castles, either bishop c3 or short castle, long castle. Now that's a thing which changes all the strategic options. White is confident that white's attack will be stronger because the bishop on a6 prevents black's natural advance a5, a4, b5, a5 possible moves. For black, a gambit with b5 very much possible. And let's see how the game goes. Bishop b7 and g4. Wants to drive away the knight, c5. So the driven away knight will take on e4. So bishop c3, opening up, and queen runs away from the d file because white rook is in d file, and the in between pieces, when they are moved, suddenly the white rook attacks the queen. So queen runs away, and black tries to play in a normal way, but the g5 move, the availability of g5 move could really create serious weakness against g7 point, because the normal way of guarding g7 is to put bishop on f6, and now this pawn on g4 makes it quite difficult. White is not in a hurry to save the pawn or take queen f4, so black attacks the knight and rook e1. Now a strange decision, because after the multiple exchange I don't see any chance of a kingside attack, and it's going to be a more or less a strategic position. So standard exchange takes place, knight f6, the g4 pawn is attacked, and now has white lost a pawn without much compensation. It does seem like that. Rook e2 is possible, knight into g4 doesn't work because of pawn into c5, and rook g1 and the g7 pawn is lost. So rook e2 looks like a standard move, and but yes, white has played a nice plan of g4, but then exchanging the pieces is exactly contrary to the plan, and somewhere there has not been a connection between the previous moves and this attack. I think black has no problems. Only consolation for white is that rook e2, for rook e2 black cannot play knight into g4 because of pawn into c5 followed by rook g1, and black has some problems. Let's see exact variation. Rook e2, knight into g4, rook g1, knight f6, pawn into c5, pawn into c5. Yeah, I think black can play that. It's not all that dangerous. And rook f4 leads to bishop d6 and knight e5, or rook f4 leads to direct g5, trapping the rook, but knight into g5. So all these options remain. The possibility of g5 is prevented by knight on f3. Possibility of bd6 trapping the rook, prevented by knight f3 again. After bd6, white can play knight e5. Then g5 is not available. So white is hanging on to the position even after rook f4, but a very awkward position, and white is already in an awkward position. Rook e2, I think black can just take on g4 probably. And there's a possibility of d5 coming then, but bishop f6. I don't see real logic in white's play. If there's no time, if black is not in a bad position, if black is going to exchange queens, then probably g4 doesn't make sense. Here bishop c3, knight e5 could have been tried. g4, black gets c5 and bishop c3. Here, yeah, knight e5 was a desirable move, but perhaps it's not possible. Knight into f6 check was a possibility as well, but queen f4 check is quite irritating. And king b1, black just penetrates queen f4. Here it looks difficult. If white plays knight into f6 check, then the f3 knight becomes weak. So now it's really awkward, and white has not really analyzed the position before playing up. Sharp move d5 is possible. It's a pawn sacrifice, and the consequences of this move have to be analyzed. I don't see much compensation in that move d5, but pawn takes. the logical move knight h2 would run into h5 or bishop h5. So queen d2. For bishop into f3, he wants to play queen into h6 check. So perhaps the king was better on h7 after all, and not h8, knight h2. And now if you see the difference, because of queen d2, it's not possible to play h5, knight g5 check is really awkward to meet. And bishop into f3, knight into f3 guarding the d4 point. So the best attacking piece of black is gone. The potential, the piece which was creating potential danger against the g2 point is gone. And now it's time for black to bring back the knight. Direct knight c6 could be met with bishop d5, winning an exchange. So rook a b8 suggests itself, and then bringing back the knight. The moment black moves the knight, black moves the rook from a8, queen d3 would win the a6 pawn. So if black doesn't attack successfully, it's going to be tough. Black's plan is clear. Black is not going to bring back the a knight and move a. Black is attacking without the a5 knight and a8 rook, but black's plan is clear now. Perhaps h5 allowing knight g5, or just knight f4 when possible. One has to see the consequences of d into e5. And knight f4 followed by h5 becomes the plan, or direct h5 with the knight g5 check and knight into f7 check. So black has to prepare for the attack, and it doesn't seem to be very easy to attack. But in case of vague threats, it's not easy to guard. Where to put the king? King on f1 could be good, but again, white doesn't have any concrete plan. Bishop d5 was a possibility to provoke c6 and come back. Rook a b1 looks like a fine move. Rook a b1 intends bishop d5 followed by c4. There are various options. I think bishop d5 is a possibility. I don't see a threat by black at the moment. h5 is not a threat because of knight g5 check. Knight g5 check, king g7, and knight into f7, h4. It's a very wild game, and h5 maybe perhaps queen g5 as well. But queen g7, queen into h5 check. So h5, queen g5 is strong, but it's difficult to judge the position now because white d4 pawn also would be hanging, and white has adequately guarded d4, but any time a piece moves is going to be in trouble. Black's logical plan could also be to play rook g7 and rook g8, but then white should never allow black should never allow knight g5 check. So rook g7, rook g8 and knight f4 looks like a plan as well. And yes, white has no problems. Fundamentally, white is not in an inferior position, but to guard against king is always more difficult than guarding other pieces. Let's move to the second board now. At the end of 5 rounds, we had 5 players leading with 4.5 points and 8 players following them with 4 points. So the top boards are all 4.5 and 4 pointers. This is 2 players with 4.5 points. Next board we have Taibaz Arsh of Iran playing against Indian Grandmaster Deepan Chakravarti. The game has been a very simple, solid way, reverse Sicilian, and Deepan seems to have comfortably equalized. And let's look at the position where we were contemplating on black's move. I thought black was ready for knight d4 in a move or 2, or even directly, and even knight f5 followed by knight d4. So rook c1, knight d4 straight. I think that's the move we expected at that time. And rook e1 and bishop e6. So threat of bishop b3. Black has comfortably equalized. Rook b1 back and c6. So the g2 bishop has been blunted by the pawn c6 and b7. So white has no strategic advantage. So white wants to play a4 and b5. Logical move, knight into f3 check, bishop into f3. This bishop could become strong. So black takes steps to eliminate the bishop. Let's see how. Knight into d5. If b5, then knight into c3 followed by bishop d5. So knight into d5, bishop into d5. The bishops are getting exchanged now. Queen into d5, queen b3 threatening queen exchange. White would have slight advantage in the ending. So black goes queen d6, and now queen c2, and black comes back queen d5. So black is keeping the pieces active, and the ending after queen c5 may not be a very useful ending. So the players agreed to a draw. This position is roughly equal and neither side has any play. So both of them go to 5 points, and let's see who is able to win on 4.5 and reach the top tables, that means reaching 5.5 points. Let's go to board 3 now. Board 1, there is a chance for both players to reach 5.5. Let's come to board 3 where Savchenko is playing against Vianney Degunna of Karnataka, and we had left it at this stage. Knight a3, we believed that knight a3 followed by bishop f4 could give some advantage to white, and I think the game has gone the same way. e5 and bishop moves to e3. White is now ready to play rook c1 and knight b5, and direct knight b5 looks possible as well. Rook ad8, so c5 directly. Yes, also a strong option because knight is driven back, and knight b5 and knight d6 is a possibility. Rook a7 is a possibility. Knight b5, yes. Queen b8 and knight d6 could be a irritating possibility. Rook a7 is a logical move as well. Knight c3. White wants to take one of the bishops. When black didn't play bishop into b5, white wants to, nice maneuvering, I think loss of 2 moves, but he wants to put the knight on d5 instead of d6, and because d6 it would get exchanged with a knight, he wants to get a bishop for a knight. In such open positions with uneven pawn structure, a bishop is much stronger than a knight, and that could be a consideration. Bishop c6 looks like a move. Here bishop c6, knight d5 and bishop into d5. So white has 2 bishops and the black has weak pawn on b7. Queen b5 is a plan, so black rushes to move the knight to c6. So both the players have improved their position. Now black wants to put knight d4, after which black would have a very slight disadvantage. White plays queen f3. So knight d4 has 2 problems. Knight d4, in fact, white has a dangerous threat, not only of bishop into c6 winning a pawn, but a stronger threat of queen f5. Queen f5 would threaten a mate against h7, and if black played g6, black would lose the f6 bishop. So yes, it seems that black has to find the most accurate move here. Otherwise, queen f5 or bishop into c6. Queen c8 stopping queen f5, and black is ready for knight d4. I think rook a7. After rook a7, white maintains some edge. a3 and bishop e7. Black is trying to play f5. So, well, a draw is agreed here. I thought it's possible to prevent f5 because rook into d8 and rook into d8 and rook d1. Perhaps I think it's possible for white to try for a win rather than making a draw here. But okay, perhaps the players know it better. So a draw was agreed to. At this stage, everybody begins with a very sharp intentions at the beginning of the game, but as the time reduces and players are worried about their position, they are willing to make compromising decisions. So a draw. So again, they go to 5 points. Now here we have theoretician Igor Glek, Russian, who is now playing for Belgium, and we have the top seed here, Grandmaster Inyan from Tamil Nadu, and knight a4. As we are discussing this position here, and knight a4 in spirit of this opening, and as world champion Tal would play b3, bishop b2, and then the c5 break. It's a standard plan. Russians are quite good at that, and it's not going to be easy. A direct c5. I thought it was okay. Since the e5 pawn has been weakened, it's possible to play direct c5. But I don't know if it's well guarded. But at the moment, it's a sacrifice. But d into c5 can be played, and rather d into c5 has to be played. But it was also possible to play b3 and then bishop a3 or bishop b2 and then c5. Pawn into pawn, b3. So slower plan, and bishop a3, he wants to gain back the pawn, so c4, and bishop into e7, queen into e7, knight b2. Preferring to give up a pawn rather than getting a bad pawn structure, the white knight is going to go to c4, but I'm sure that after winning the a6 pawn, white is still only slightly better. Bishop into f3, a good move. And queen b7, both pawns guarded, and for knight c4, rook a5. Same could be done with knight c4, but he played rook a5. The difference being knight c4 castle, knight into e5, rook e8, and the e4 pawn is lost, whereas rook a5 attacks the pawn, wants to take castle and rook into, oh, now knight c4, rook into e5 was possible, knight c4, rook d4 attacking the pawn, rook into e5. Now black is probably going to get rook b8, but then comes knight a5. If white is able to move the e5 rook and advance e4 e5, black is going to have a difficult time. So it's black must keep the attack on e4 point and hope for the best. Queen c3, the rook is attacked, e4 pawn lost back with queen a5. So okay, now it's simplified. After queen into queen, rook into queen, white gets back the pawn, and white gets probably nothing more than the pawn. So game should end in a draw here. So we are looking at a position which hardly an advantage. It's possible to play a move guarding the a6 pawn, but it's an artificial move. Queen a7, queen b7 is also possible, knight d6, then rook into e5. But yeah, queen b7 looks quite a possible option if black doesn't want to, or if black doesn't want to give up the extra pawn. So black is thinking queen b7, and white's strategic play was thematic but prematurely played c4, c5. One should never make a c5 break and leave the pawn, enemy pawn, extra enemy pawn there, because black has a chance of playing c5, c4 and weakening white's pawn. A logical plan would have b3, bishop b2 and then c5, and black can't take d into c5 because knight into e5 would hang. And the bishop, black is now ready to play c4. So as long as black has extra pawn, black doesn't matter. Direct c4 fails to knight b6 here. So rook d8, intending c4, and now c4. So I think just a couple of moves calculation has enabled black to get a easy equality. Black cannot lose this position. Let's move the board 5 quickly. We had left it at the opening when white seemed to have a very dominating position, and bishop into bishop, bishop into knight, and queen into bishop. So the e6 point is very sensitive, and anytime the g6 break, knight on e5, black is ready with powerful options. Knight e5, I think black is in a bad way. If black takes queen into g5, something like f4 could be very awkward to meet, or even sacrifice. So queen h4, trying to drive away the bishop, which is really powerfully placed. I believe that g6 gambit may not work here, taking the bishop, and then gf7 not. But queen f1 looks like a positional move, and black probably will play knight to d5. But I think the black has not solved the problem. Bishop b4, giving the bishop and taking the knight, interesting option. And queen into h3 looks completely forced, and after bishop into c5, g6 needs to be played. Now if black can maintain that and prevent white from playing g6 break, then black is fine. So perhaps too committal move, giving up this h3 bishop, which is the main piece in attack. So what could be the reason for that? Is the black queen in trouble? I can't see. Queen would go to f5, where it can't be attacked by any piece. So black seems to be okay here now, and queen h3 looks like the logical move, and the last has less time. But I think most of the problems are solved except the b7 pawn. So bishop into queen h3, bishop into c5 may threaten queen b4. Not really. I think black is fine here. We have a game between Aswath and Sham Nikhil, Benko Gambit, the sharp variation. We had left at this stage, queen h3. We're analyzing this move, threatening knight g4. White must play knight f4. The queen goes back, and then white plays bishop to d2. It's possible to play bishop to b2 as well to oppose the bishop. And now the problem is, if black doesn't have a recourse of c4 break, then white would have just got a winning position with a4. Unfortunately, a4 is always met with c4, and that's the reason why the control of c4 square is crucial, and knight on f4 is not really well placed for that. The strategic plan could be king g2, e4, knight d3, knight b2 and knight c4, but too slow. Surely if white is able to do that, white would be better, but meanwhile too many weaknesses, and the bishop better move to e1, I think, guarding a4 straight. So okay, he has analyzed something for c4, and so c4 has not been played, which means there was some problem with c4. And what could that be? Pawn into pawn, and taking on a4, knight b5 or something. Yes, perhaps c4 is not very accurate here. So knight g4, black wants to put knight on e5 first, bishop e1, knight e5, now ready to put c4, knight b5, and c4 looks like a logical move here, but for c4, can white play a5? Knight b5 has come, so now the a4 pawn is no longer a target because white can push the pawn a5 when the knight is not hanging on b5. So knight a3 can be a plan, followed by a5. Let's see, c4 directly as expected, and I'm not very comfortable with white's position. White's pawns are falling apart. a4 will go and the b3 will get exchanged with c4. Yes, the material will be equal, but the weakness is quite serious. It's possible to play for equality, perhaps with bishop c3 and take on a4, the knight d3, exchange a few pieces and have choice for. Yeah, I think it looks like a logical course, but every time the knight moves from f4, there could be queen h3 coming. Bishop c3 looks fine here, and pawn into pawn, queen into pawn, knight into a4, bishop a1, knight c5. Yeah, it's black has initiative for sure, and white could blunder a piece or something in this position. Tough position. Objectively, black has all the chances, although white is a pawn up, and perhaps the competitors can equalize, but difficult for human being. White has some assets as well, knight d4 and knight c6 if it counts, but c6 has been covered. Light color bishop exchange, so the bg2 is not there, so no real plan of feasibility of any specific plan. And we move to board 7. Ilam Parthi, former world under 10 champion, world under 14 champion, plays strange opening, and white black plays rook a7. The Vietnamese player plays rook a7, which I can't understand, and rook d7, yes, but one has to be prepared for against the kingside attack. And now white wants to lift the c3 knight and then the g5, e5 rook, and this is going to be quite tough to guard this. Of course, black has kept the option of sacrificing rook into d3, so if something drastically goes wrong, black could give up an exchange, but at the moment it looks very risky. Rook e3, g3, there is a natural plan now. Yes, rook a3 played, queen c7, rook g3 looks good, yes, h6 attacked, and oh, a trap. Can you find out what happens to queen into h6? Can white play queen into h6 or no? So queen into h6 is not a good move because of queen into g3. Black gives a queen for a rook and gets the queen for a pawn. For queen into h6, black can't play g into h6 because the pawn is pinned against the king, but black removes the pinning piece with queen into g3. Black gives a queen for a rook, and when white takes the queen for a rook, black takes the queen, pawn into queen, which means white has lost a rook for a pawn. Yet the position is dangerous. Sometimes the sacrifice rook into e6 also can be considered here. I think it's an extremely difficult position to play. Rook into e6, pawn into e6, queen into e6, check. King must go to h8. Rook into e6, he has rook into d3, and rook into e7, rook into g3, rook into c7, rook into h3, rook into c7. It's a complex game, but black has to see what happens in rook into e6 and rook e3. So rook into e6 are not good. Now the threat is queen into h6, and if queen into g3, then rook into g3. So king starts running, and white needs to now lift the knight. If white is able to make use of the knight properly, then black would be in difficulty. Knight e4 is possible, but then black would take with the bishop and not with the knight. So a difficult position, and the clock has stopped, which means that we aren't at the actual position. So suddenly we have 1 minute left for fight, okay? And now we had 32 minutes, and rook e3 was a tough move, yes, sometimes. Oh no, 32 minutes. I think there's something wrong with the clock. 47 minutes and 34 minutes. So normal fight, king f8, and knight e2, the logical square. Rook d5 to create a possibility of rook h5 trapping the queen. So, and suddenly we see 1 minute. Yes, rook d5, strong one, 32 minutes taken. Is white losing some material? But the queen has no good square. Queen h4 would run into some combination. But yes, well, rook h5 is a concrete threat. Something has to be done about it, and that something is not rook into g7 for sure. But yes, rook into g7, threatening, rook into g7, king into g7, rook g3 check, and queen into h6 check. Yeah, so we have a very complicated position coming. Rook into g7, king into g7, rook g3 check, rook g5. So no real attack, and bishop h7 doesn't make any sense as well. To capture bishop into f6 is counterproductive because there is no hope of any attack, and then black is likely to be better. So knight, lifting the knight turned out to be a mistake. Maybe knight was better on e4, and then bishop into e4 was possible, then perhaps rook into e4. So complex position, king f8, right move, and white's rooks are perhaps looking like paperweights, doing nothing but stopping the own pawns from creating a square. So knight e2 and rook d5, 0.00. I think we'll have to go to the next game because we're not probably able to get the exact score. When the clock is not correct, it means so. So here we have international master from Sri Lanka, under 18 Asian champion, who just won the Asian under 18 championship a couple of 3 weeks before, playing white side, and Kartavya Anadkat, who was in a who played the opening very fast. So, and apparently black has fallen in some opening trap, but now the position seems to be all right. Bishop d2, and black has castled after all this time. Black has a lot of activity of pieces, but nothing has been lost. Rook f2 looks like a safer move here, and queen into d7 perhaps is possible, but quite risky. Rook f2, a simple move played, and queen e6 guarding the pawn. Bishop c3, exchanging rooks. White wants to play it safe. King into f2. I would have preferred queen into f2 followed by rook d1, rook d6, but rook a8, rook d1, bishop c6. I think queen should move to h4 and rook to d6, and then e6 on the queen b6. So black squares. I think there's a lot of freedom for white forces. So if a5 is taken, then the e5 pawn is lost. If rook d6 is played, then queen comes to c4, and if white gets e6, black gets b4. It's going to be a wild game, and white had lost the control of the game long back in the opening. That's the reason why white is a pawn down for a long time, and the strategic weakness at d6 doesn't make any sense. There are no pieces landing there. Black is ready for b4, after which white will be crushed. Bishop into a5, queen into e5. The attack already starts. The h2 pawn is under attack, and c3, b2 pawn is attacked. A difficult position for white with only 2 minutes to go. We can see a major upset by Kartavya Anadkat, who is very good in opening part of the game. Let's move to board 9 now. Ratnakaran, one of the strong attacking masters, playing against Ritwis Parab. I think Ritwis had played quite a awkward opening, and b4 was played. Here I was seriously thinking bishop f3 and rook f1 played an important role, but b4 threatening b5. So black exchanges the bishops. The problem is solved, but the king remains in center and will not be able to castle. Bishop c5, and black must play rook into c5 here and knight e6 and try to castle, but no compensation. Queen d7, and if queen moves to e2, what does he do? Queen e2 or queen f2 and queen f6. Quite a strong move, I think. Queen f2, queen e2. Let's use the strongest. Queen f2, threatening rook into queen and threatening queen into f6, queen f6. So there comes queen c6, which means rook d6 followed by rook d6, queen into e4. And how about attacking the f7 now? Then rook goes to h7. Rook f1, f7 attacked. Rook h7, and I think now it's going to be a checkmate probably. Bishop into knight and queen f6. So direct queen f6, yeah, but then queen into queen. So let's look at rook d5, rook d6, so different moves. Bishop into f8 looks very strong as well. Rook d6, queen into e4. No attack against c2 anyway, and probably a penetration at d8 could be fatal. Rook f d2, rook f d1 would threaten rook d8 check, and if knight e6, then rook into e6 check, which means the game will be over. Perhaps in this position, it is also possible to play direct rook d6 and queen into bishop rook to d1. So a bad game for Ritviz, a very one-sided, great attacking piece by Ratnakaran. We go to Prakhar Bajaj versus Audi, and Audi is a strong player from Goa, and we had left at this stage black white played h4 trying to trap the knight, and rook d7 and d5. So Prakhar plays aggressively. Bishop e3, the d5 pawn is not in danger. Bishop b6 is awkward to meet, and sometimes there could be threats of h5 as well. Black has some problems with the weakness. Taking with the pawn, which means that there is a possibility of e5 coming sometime and the bishop getting opened up. A very risky decision to take with the pawn. White is already threatening e5. So black plays e5. And now bishop a2 is one option, rook d1, bishop e7, bishop b6. So complex decision, rook c6 or rook c8. Rook c6 is possible as well. Now where does the bishop go then? Bishop b6, knight f4 is an additional option which can sometime eventually run into knight into e5, but knight f4, queen g4. I think moving the bishop from this square deserves some special discussion. Knight f4 is a possibility, followed by queen g4, and suddenly we have a different type of tactical possibilities coming. Knight f4 really looks good. If knight into e5, you just have d into e5, so knight f4, queen moves, and queen g4 to come, queen f1. Queen f1 will be forced for knight f4, and then black moves the rook, then knight into e5 could hang. So knight f4 fails to perhaps to queen f1. There are some tactical possibilities coming with queen g4, but then it has to be analyzed in depth, and whether it's good enough for an attack which sacrifices. Very sharp position. Let's move to board 11th. Saurav Anand, former national under-9 champion and under-19 champion from Bihar, Patna, playing opening. Not a very great opening he had. A pawn was lost as we were discussing this possibility. Black did not have very particularly good, white does not have particularly good pawn structure. But rook e8 is a possibility. Taking on f2 looks risky because of rook g2, but yes, it's still possible to click bishop into f2, rook g5, g6, rook e7. So complicated position, but unsuccessful attack by white, and if at all anyone can win, it's only black. I was wondering if even a normal bishop move was fine as well, bishop f6 or something, giving away the e6 pawn, and the opponent would have a lot of weaknesses. Knight f4 directly was also a possibility, but bishop h4, d into e6, f into c. Here to knight f4 was a possibility if the g7 was guarded. All along the g7 needs to be guarded, so purpose of bishop f6 is that you could move knight f4 quickly. Bishop h4, so the knight is not going to be utilized in the game. D into e6, f into e6, rook into e6. But a strong bishop for white, and no reason for not exchanging this bishop. Rook into f2 possible, rook g4 and bishop f6, knight e4. So either it can be a black win or a draw, but surely white has no chances. Again 0.00, which means they have lost the track of the board. We have Nitin Babu versus Sahil Day. We left at this position where white was left playing for a draw, and as we were discussing, the exchanging the piece would lead to a draw, because generally the positions with queen and rook endings, they have quite simplified nature, and the draw is likely. Whether to guard the b2 pawn or to safeguard the king side, I think committal decision taken, queen c3. Surely he has analyzed the consequences of queen into f3 well, because queen into f3 is very close to now strong attack. So rook e1, he doesn't allow the rooks to come and give a check. Queen g4 check, runs away king f1, h5. Black wants to play h4, h3 and queen g2 mate. Giving the f3 pawn was a very committal decision, and rook e8, rook e1 looks like a possibility, and queen h3 check, then king g1. But yes, I think white has permitted dangerous attack, and taking on c5 for example would be very dangerous. h4, rook e3, h3, rook double, yes, queen into c5, even rook e8 and rook into c2. So it's not advisable to play with a weak king. Black has chances, but just because it's a queen and rook ending, drawing chances also are there. And then we come to the next three games which are still going on. Zume Amarat, a regular visitor to India, who has played several tournaments, and black has given up the queen. Okay, Matta Vinay Kumar has good imaginative power, and here white plays queen f3 threatening knight f6 check. So rook a7 supporting the queen, and now comes pawn into pawn, and comes rook c7. A checkmate on f7 and queen attacked, so queen into. So queen lost for rook and piece, but okay, not a big disadvantage. Rook, bishop and pawn are generally equal to queen, so here we have equal number of pawns, which means that if just a pawn down, of course white could create a passed pawn on the queen side, and the opportunity was there on the previous move, but now it's lost. So white first wants to safeguard. Next step could be to exchange rooks, and e3. Okay, so white wants to activate the rooks. White has excellent winning chances here, probably a forced win, but black is not without chances of a fortress. We move to the next game. National junior champion Mritika Malik is playing against Kashish Jain, and we had left it this stage. We were wondering what's the strong move here, and bishop a2. We're also contemplating direct knight g5 here. So bishop a2, bishop f8 and bishop g5. A irritating move. Bishop e7 is a possibility though. Bishop e7, bishop d2. And strange that black is not happy with bishop f8. Queen f8 and bishop b3. Black is worse, but black is playing ambitiously. Knight g5, okay. And knight is going to come to h5 as well. White hasn't played bishop c3 at all. Bishop c3 was a possibility all along, but then it wouldn't have given knight g5. So interesting game. White has excellent chances. Clock shows 0.00, so we have lost the track of the game probably. Let's move to the last board available to us on the DG board. PV Nandita, woman grandmaster, playing against S. Dhananjay of Raipur, and the nice move was played by Dhananjay d4, which activates the knight. So objectively black has a very strong pawn structure. Knight on c5 prevents the white pawns. Black is as good as a pawn up on the king side. If black can roll the king side pawns, white could be in trouble. Let's see how Nandita plays. She wants to create some threats. f5. If black can get e5 next to this, black would be really in a good position. So bishop e2, knight f6, rook e3. e5 has been prevented. f5 a risky move. If black gets e5, black will be much better, but getting e5 is now becoming difficult. White is going to double rooks. f4. Again, very sharp and tactical type of moves Dhananjay is good at. Rook e5 is a logical move, but it could lose some material. There's a chance of losing some material. Rook e5, bishop e8, knight f3 looks like a standard move here. Queen b4. A nice move, keeping something pinned and threatening to take on e6. So runs away, rook attacked, and knight f3 looks like a logical move. Attacking e6, black would probably guard the pawn. So we have a position where now black has too many weaknesses because black did not advance the pawn in a systematic manner. The e pawn should have been in front of the f pawn, supported by the f pawn, because e pawn is in the open file, and yet there are threats because of knight coming to d3 at times. So although most of the time knight d3 is not coming because of knight into e6 and queen into f8 check and knight into e6. So white has a advantage, saving the rook, knight f3, and I don't see a way to trap the rook, because knight d7, the rook gets some square on, the rook has a square on g5, but still awkward position, and the game is going to be decided by a tactical oversight rather than a strategic conclusion. So we have 15 games, and we have a lot of results here. We had one draw and one white win, and all the other games are being played. So we'll stop our broadcast telecast here, and tomorrow the game starts at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and we'll have a look at the 7th round games tomorrow around 2:15 or 2:30. So watch the next round tomorrow. Thank you.